All I know is it feels really weird to have your balls hanging down each side of a fucking thong string, okay?
Okay. Oh my head. Slow down a bit.
You're right.
Don't say, "Oh, you like that maneuvering?" Clunk.
Yeah, I know,
Sonic
it's
Future.
the famous last words of my cockiness when it happens. You like that shit? Crash.
Crash.
Yeah, we love that shit. Do it again.
This shit was amazing.
Oh, there it is.
Let's go. Where you going, huh? Think you can run for me?
What happened?
No, purple. Let's just leave it as B. I'm just a car. Don't worry about it. I'm just a car.
What the frick? Stop moving.
No, I can make this happen. Don't worry about it. I got this. This is my driving skills. This is how we tow in my country. In India.
Typical American driving.
Purple, please flip that.
Flare gun.
I don't think it works.
Oh,
Okay, it does.
oh
It
shit,
works.
V. No.
Extinguish fire. I extinguished fire to myself. I think it worked. I died.
Oh, what?
The one time I use a fucking flare gun. Alongside the "I'm a car" clip. Don't worry about it, I'm a car. I'm not even mad. I mean, like, Brita's gonna Brita, you know? They can't get a grenade launcher, right? Expect them to get a flare gun, right?
Fucking flare gun's deadlier than the fucking grenade launcher.
Run.
Yeah, I just got it. Oh, it's fucking blocked off. You fucking Get away from me, fucking Wilbur! Huh? Ah! Fuck off! Please excuse my mini temper tantrum. It's a flying fish. For the follow, my friend. Welcome to the Church of the Lead Pipe. That's a zombie!
That's a zombie.
Oh, fuck off. 42 seconds left? Fuck you. Can somebody clip that? And what the fuck just happened there? Like that shot? We always find ourselves going down all sorts of funny little holes around here. Maybe if it'll work all the way up the baby's back, it'll work all the way up my ass crack. That is not a very functional fucking outhouse, okay? I would have some very sticky cheeks if I tried to use this one. So confused.
My senses have picked up something.
Fuck you.
Incoming enemy. Prepare for conflict.
Why don't you sit down and take a break, homie? You've earned it. Yep. The big one, the main one that helps the most is that PP. That didn't come out right. The other PP. And I can't eat my own fucking brownies. 50 points of damage to nearby enemy with each drum beat. Okay? I don't know how fast those beats are fucking going, but trust me, I can beat it really fast, okay? Don't read into that. We're like so fucking close, I want to just fucking play with it right now. And I mean, okay. Don't read into that. So I was gonna try and fucking just tank the tank, and it just didn't.
Dude. Yep, that hurt.
Oh! Oh!
Oh god. Two takes.
Shit.
2 takes.
Oh, I'm so fucked. So fucked.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about me. We ain't gonna make this one. It's fine.
Oh, shit. Come on, come on, come on.
Oh my god, you did it. How the fuck?
Yeah, I have a big butt, and I cannot lie. Oh god, I should never say that again. Honey. Am I more beautiful than this girl? What do you say? Dad, this is my impression of the Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah! Oh my fucking god. Keep going, purple.
Brilliant.
Oh my god.
Brilliant.
Speaking of epic pickups. I always take rear guard, man. Our Left 4 Dead 2 run Musashi are not vanilla. We play Left 4 Dead 2 mod. There's a whole bunch of types of infected that you didn't see in any of those clips because we've got them disabled. The only special infected you saw was the tank, the big buff fucker. What's up, Nupchars? How you doing, man? Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals, theys and thems, my non-binary friends, as well as my sibs from other cribs. Welcome back to the channel, y'all. Welcome back to the Church of the Lead Pipe. I packed the first bowl. I've taken the first puff. I passed the douche to the left, my friends. Our stone congregation is now in session. How's everybody doing tonight? Y'all taking care of yourselves and staying out of trouble? Anybody do anything fun and exciting y'all want to talk about today? But yeah, Left 4 Dead 2 has a whole bunch of other special infected that are part of the vanilla game. While we were waiting for multiplayer Project Zomboid, I downloaded a couple of mods for Left 4 Dead 2 to make it all just regular infected in mass fucking hordes so that we could bash zombies together while we were waiting for the Project Zomboid multiplayer to release. So that's why we don't have any of the special infected except the tanks. What's up, Nukchars? How you doing, man? Left 4 Dead 2? Oh, yeah. Dude, for the $5 at most that it's going to cost you to pick up both of the games in the series, it's probably going to be a package deal for like $2 to $5. Left 4 Dead 2 is stupid cheap. Hold on, let me look. Let me go look. Let me just let me go look. Let's see. Oh Jesus. Wow, they're not on sale right now. Holy crap. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. You only need the second game. Okay, so Left 4 Dead 2 is $10 right now. The reason I say you only need the second game in the series is because all of the content from the first game is available in the second game. The only reason you would play the first game in the series is if you didn't like the new special infected that were introduced with the second game. But otherwise, yeah. If you want to play with us sometime, all you need is Left 4 Dead 2. It's $10. Otherwise, there is a bundle deal as well, but I can't see what the price is because I already own both games in the fucking series. What's funny is I didn't pay for either game in that series. My friend bought the first one for me, and then my brother bought the second one or pre-purchased the second one for me because he saw me playing the demo. He bought the second one for me pre-purchase for Christmas. So I never even paid for them games. But even then, they were like 20 fucking bucks a pop. They were fucking cheap. But yeah, seriously, you only need the second game in the series, especially if you want to play with us. That's all you need. The first game is kind of... All of the content from the first game is available in the second game. There's no reason to buy the first game unless you don't want to deal with the spitters, the jockeys, and the chargers. Because those three special infected aren't in the first game. Alright, with a little luck, our multiplayer server and everything switched back this morning when I was done renaming files. Now, for anybody who cares, the crazy shit we were doing last night, I just renamed the files. So all I gotta do is rename them back and we can bring those server settings back real easy. We were playing with random zombies, man. I'm pretty sure you were here for part of that. Yeah, because you clipped a couple of my fucking saves and almost deaths. And I think a couple of my deaths, too, for that matter. Oh, why did I didn't rewrite code. I just renamed the server files. Because those are separate configs from what we were playing with. I was smart and I didn't erase anything. I just put a dot back or whatever at the end of every file. That way I could just revert things back and whatever, real easy. It's something you learn to start doing it when you start running a server that does different settings on the same fucking game frequently. You learn to do things to shortcut to fucking make it easier to revert shit back. It's no different than backing up your files and then messing around with them. Do I have a favorite game? Not really. If you want to go by the number of hours I have in various games on Steam, Steam would say my favorite game is going to be Project Zomboid, followed by either No Man's Sky or Empyrean Galactic Survival as a close second and third. But those games, all three of those games, well, No Man's Sky wasn't, but No Man's or PZ and Empyrean have been both early access for a long fucking time, and I've played both since they were damn near nothing games. So take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, I have 5,000, almost 5,400 hours in Project Zomboid. You got to realize that's over the course of almost 10 years. So if you want to average that out, that's about 500 hours a year. Even though that's not quite how it worked out. I played it off and on sporadically here and there for the first fucking like 5 years or something. Then I started streaming on Twitch and it was the game I chose to stream. And yeah, so that's about 3,000 or 4,000 of those hours have been here on Twitch in the last 3 years. I will say, though, if I have to pick a favorite game series, if I want to pick a favorite game series, there's two that kind of tie for that spot. Yakuza, because I've loved almost every single game in that fucking series, and they're coming up hot on like 10 games in that series now. Otherwise, the other one, what was the other one? Hey, what's up, XV? Yakuza, and there's another game that would, like... Mass Effect was a good series. I played a lot of that. Yeah. Gross. I have zero love of World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft ruined Warcraft for me. I'm gonna be very honest with you. Diablo 1, 2, and 3 are awesome games. The third, in my humble opinion, although everybody argues with me on this one, the third one is the best game in the series. And that's just because, in my opinion, it nowadays is designed for anybody to be able to play and be able to actually have fun with it. Whereas the other games, it's so much fucking grind, and if you work a full-time job plus this, plus that, plus everything else under the sun, and you only have an hour or two to play a day, at most, you will never get anywhere in Diablo 1 or 2. As far as, like, end-game OP bullshit goes. In Diablo 3, all you need is a high-level friend, and you can fucking do anything you want. And even then, with a little fucking time and patience, you can fucking do whatever you want. Like Diablo 3, man, I've got a fucking, I got a arcane wizard that just fucking melts shit. All the way up to, like, fucking Greater Rifts, like, level 90 or so. Yeah. My wizard is nothing to fucking sneeze at. Although, admittedly, there are way better builds for a wizard than the one that I'm using. There's some way better gear that I could grind for. But I need, like, all of specific pieces for those builds to actually function. And so, I'm just gonna stick with the build that I've got and keep inching that fucking build up higher and higher, a little bit at a time. Oh, you play hardcore? Gross. I hate hardcore. I have hated hardcore since the early days of Diablo 1 and 2. I think it was Diablo 2 they introduced hardcore. Because fucking cheaters ran rampant and you'd log into a random server and somebody'd just come murk your fucking character. It wasn't fucking fun for me. Destiny caught my attention for exactly 15 minutes before I threw it in the trash. I don't play hardcore on Diablo, though. Not my cup of tea. I also don't do the seasonal bullshit either. Which, admittedly, that would make my characters more powerful if I would just grind for that gear, too. But I have no desire to create a new character just for it to be turned into a regular game character at the end of the season anyway. I don't care. And besides all that, man, if you've seen the wizard that I have on regular play, you would understand why I don't bother playing hardcore. Yeah, it's cool, man. Server's up. Should be all running and everything. You should be able to log right in. I don't know what I'm going to do tonight, considering it's going to be a fucking thunderstorm, like, the whole entirety of this stream. Like, I guarantee it. Oh yeah. The storm's gonna last like 3 days. 2 days. How do I know? Well, for one thing, I know how storms work in Project Zomboid. Number 2, I can go into a console and confirm what I suspect. Which I just did. We've got about 40 game hours of this storm left. Which is about 2 days, like I was saying. It's a little unfair admin thing. But I had already pretty much assumed it was going to be like this, like, for days anyway, before I even looked. Because, like, thunderstorms last fucking forever to begin with. Like, when you catch them on the fucking radio, like, they're guaranteed 2 days. Guaranteed 2 days, sometimes 3. And then tropical storms are guaranteed up to 5 days. With fucking crazy fog and shit like that. No. Nothing's being delivered to mailboxes. I've just played Zomboid for a very long time, and I know how this shit works. Plus, I can double check to verify that I'm right in the fucking console if I want. There's no mail. I mean, there's loot respawn like every 30 days. But it'll only respawn up to a maximum of 2 items in containers that have been looted. And only if they have less than 2 items in the container. And if the container spawned with nothing in it, it'll never respawn loot. Welcome to Project Zomboid multiplayer. Hmm. Little baby fish. For fortune in catching fish. Yeah. I'm just fucking fishing because I don't have anything else to do right now. I wanted to run to Muldra. And actually, I wanted to run to Rosewood first and see if I can't find a couple of fucking books in the library over there. But then I wanted to run back down to Muldra, too, and hit the bookstore that's there and find whatever books I'm fucking missing, because I really want to try and fucking get mechanics up to 5 so I can get one of those ATVs up and running. Because Varian's got one marked on his map that I'm fairly certain I can get it running. I just need a few more levels of mechanics. And maybe even a couple levels of metalworking to boot. Just to be able to repair a couple things, rather than replace them. Your favorite part of the game, Pokefish? Oh god. Pocket fish. The only fun part about fishing is sitting there smoking weed while you're waiting for a nibble. I honestly don't know how I sat there and enjoyed fishing as a child. I hadn't discovered drugs or alcohol yet. I know I try to go fishing as an adult now, especially an older adult. And I find I just don't have the patience to sit there, especially if I have to be fucking sober while I'm doing it. You're about to say something like that? Like, literally, Like, and I understand there's some avid fishermen out there, and some of y'all in the chat might even be avid fishermen, but like, I can't do it. Let alone sober, and I know most of y'all fucking just go and drink or whatever, which admittedly makes it probably substantially more tolerable, but I can't do it. I just can't. I am a pathetic. I am the pathetic fucking hunter gatherer. Okay. Although I tell you what, if I'm fucking hungry enough, I'm gonna fucking start stabbing at water trying to catch a fish. Pretty sure if I get hungry enough, I'd do it. By then, it might be too late. I might end up eating the worm I'm using as fucking bait. Oh wait, no, I'm stabbing at water with a fucking thing. So there's no worm. So I have to catch the fish. I can't eat the bait, because there's no bait. As y'all are just sitting there shaking your heads. Going, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's called I did too many drugs. Okay? Don't do drugs, kids. Stay in school. Funny is I'm fishing in the game while I'm eating fish. Myself some chirachi. Well, it's actually a platter, but it's like a bunch of different fish on here. I've shown some of you guys this thing before. It's all the nice, pretty thin fish fillets all laid out over the top of that bed of rice with a little pile of them red eggs and fucking... And today was a great start at work today, now that I'm thinking about it. I happened to come in today when they were making our potato salad. Okay? And our potato salad is not yellow mustard American fucking nasty potato salad. Okay? This is different. This is like Japanese potato salad or something. And what it is it's potatoes, Japanese mayo, hard-boiled eggs, and carrots, and like, I think it's cucumbers. Might be zucchini. So anyway, I got there while he was mixing the mayo and the eggs into the mashed potatoes, right? He was mashing it all together. It was before he added the carrots and stuff. And I grabbed one of them fucking little fucking miso dishes, and I'm like, please? Because, well, it's really good with the carrots and the cucumbers or the zucchini or whatever the fuck it is that they put in there. I can't remember exactly what it is. It's one of those green long things, okay? But anyway, I like to get it before they add that shit because, oh my fucking god, it's so good. Fucking, he threw a fucking big old fucking scoop in the dish for me, and I fucking ran away and found a fucking soup spoon, and I'm just eating this fucking taters and fucking hard-boiled egg mix like it's fucking the last thing out of it. It is so fucking good. Like, seriously, if I ever make nope, it's not celery. It's like a zucchini or a fucking cucumber or something. I swear to fucking god, okay? It's one of them long, like, it's not like a bushy fucking leafy thing. No, it's like more like a squash type deal. Anyway, fucking sue me, okay? But anyway, I am forever, like, in being introduced to this potato salad, specifically before the carrots and shit were added to it, has changed the way I make mashed potatoes. Because now I'm going to make mashed potatoes with hard-boiled eggs and potatoes and butter. I'm not going to try and go and get Japanese mayo, okay? That shit's not cheap. I mean, it is, but it's not cheap enough for my cheap ass. Okay? Right? But, yeah, seriously. Or if you want something a little richer than butter, you could use, like, some cream or something. No! I never knew that was a fucking thing! I never knew it was a fucking thing! I never mixed hard-boiled eggs into my mashed potatoes. Never, ever once in my fucking million fucking moons of thoughts thought of it. Oh, I hate egg salad. You get a bad holiday egg salad sandwich once, and you'll never, ever eat egg salad again. Oh. I can't do it. Oh, I can't do egg salad to this day. I made the mistake of, so typically when you worked at when I worked at Holiday, the vast majority of the sandwiches in the sandwich case, once they hit their expiration date, they were still good for like another 3 or 4 days after that, okay? You just throw them in the fucking microwave, right? Most of them. There's one sandwich that you can't, like, do that with, though. And for some reason, my brain thought it was going to be like all the other fucking sandwiches. And so I brought all, like, these fucking 5 or 6 staled out egg salads on wheat sandwiches home from fucking Holiday one day. And the first night wasn't so bad, but I got to that fucking third night in a row of eating these fucking sandwiches, and oh, I got so fucking sick. I was so fucking sick. I can't do it again. Oh, you get a bad egg salad sandwich once, and you just. What's up, Coaster? How you doing, man? We're talking about egg salad trauma here at Timmy's fucking Timmy's lounge, Timmy's smoking lounge. No, I know, I totally get it. It was my fucking own fault, okay? But how I was fucking young and dumb and fucking poor, okay? And I'd been living off the sandwiches out of this store for fucking 6 months, trying to catch up my bills after being unemployed for 3. Oh, food poisoning from an egg salad sandwich, Coaster. The smell of egg salad just makes me fucking yak, man. I can't fucking do it. I can't do it. It's the same reason I can't do onions most of the time. Especially red onions. Red onions are the fucking worst. And my coworkers look at me kind of weird sometimes. There's a couple of them, because when they're chopping up onions in the back for the curry and whatnot, sometimes I have to walk out of the pit area, because those fucking onions, I get so fucking sick smelling them sometimes as they're fucking chopping them up. Like, it brings me back to that fucking French onion soup fucking food poisoning, man. Oh, fuck it. And sometimes it's those onions are so strong, and I have to walk out. My one coworker's out back. He's like, "What's wrong with you?" Is I'm just kind of like, oh. And I'm like, I'm fine. Just trauma. I'm fine. And I explained to him the fucking French onion soup food poisoning experience, and he's like, "Oh God." He's like, "No wonder." But it's one of those deal. It's one of those deals, though. If that's what they're doing when I come into work, man, I gotta deal with it. You know, that's probably one of the shittier things. The fucking smell of onion when it really smells of onion. Sometimes it's not so bad. Other days, it's just like, oh, please no. Oh yeah, it's food trauma. Like, there's literally, like, probably a list of, like, 3 or 4 things, if I thought about it, that I can't fucking eat because of one food poisoning fucking experience or another. Like, things that could be perfectly fucking edible and absolutely look fucking delicious, and I can't fucking eat it because it's like, I can't. It's a total fucking thing, though. It's a survival instinct. When you get that seriously ill from something, your brain will forever remember that and not allow you to consume it ever again unless you are very severely lacking in something that is in that particular product. Yep. And that's why, for me, like, the smell of onions is like, I can't do it. It's from that fucking food poisoning, man. That fucking food poisoning. It was the worst fucking thing. Oh yeah, it's called PTSD. Yeah, that's a fucking thing too. Yep. Well, they're all the same trigger response. Okay, it's the end result, despite what the trigger is still the same. It all ties into your fight or flight mechanic. So yeah, it's all the same function in the end. Man, I hawk up things every day. Especially right when I wake up in the fucking morning. Afternoon. My morning. Normal people's afternoon. Usually involves about half my lung. Don't start smoking, kids. I smoked once for 20 years. And while you're at it, don't do drugs. By definition, it is coaster, but by my personal opinion, which is scientifically wrong, mind you, my personal opinion is it's a different thing, because with cigars you don't inhale, it's a flavor thing. They still do their own damage, because you could still get, like, fucking mouth and gum and tooth cancers and shit like that, and crazy stuff. You can even get sinus things from it. But it's an entirely different animal. I would more compare, honestly, smoking a cigar, if you're not the inhaling type, smoking a cigar to being no different than taking a shot of whiskey, because you enjoy a shot of whiskey. Yeah, they either turn green or they're smoking a black and mild. God, well, besides weed, I haven't smoked since 2020. Not even a cigar of any kind. Weed blunts and stuff, but yeah, and I totally understand that, and I respect that. That's like me with drinking and stuff. Like, I don't drink. Not alone, anyway. Every once in a while, I don't see a problem with, like, a social shot with a bunch of friends. You know? You know, like a, hey, cheers to celebrate this, or whatever, or... It's a million different reasons. Right? It depends on the mood. It depends on what's going on. Admittedly, I would advise it to be for a good reason, not a bad reason, because alcohol is a downer. But, you know, to each his own. I haven't done that since my 20s. Actually, no, that's a lie. I did that one night with one of my old supervisors from the club. A guy who hadn't drank for years, who decided he wanted to drink one night. He was like, hey, you want to get a shot with me? And I was like, oh shit, I should take this opportunity to get a shot with the guy who doesn't drink. That was the worst mistake of my fucking life. When we got there, it was somebody's fucking birthday, too, who also worked for the company. And so there was birthday shots and everything. And, oh my god. I can't drink Rumplemans anymore. Ever to this fucking day, I'll never fucking... I can't stand the smell of Rumplemans. Fucking peppermint death. Oh my god, so many shots that night. And both me and him, we rolled into fucking work the next day, late. In the next fucking morning. And we're just like, oh god, no more shots. No more shots, never again. Like, I had the fucking... Because I was the DJ and he was the manager. And thank God we had no bartender that day. It was just the fucking two of us, and it was a dead fucking day. Fuck it, I put the music on the quietest level fucking possible, and I just curled up on one of those nasty fucking couches, dude. I didn't fucking care. My head hurt so fucking bad. I don't even remember how I got home. I think his daughter came and picked me up and dropped me off, and then went and picked him up and brought him home. Is how I think it went down. But all I know is I fucking was home. I don't know. I can't drink like that. And when I do, I regret it for a fucking month after that. Because I feel ill. But again, I don't mind a social shot of poison with my friends, you know, as long as it's restricted to just that, a shot. My problem with drinking with a bunch of people, though, is everybody likes to drink to get fucked up, and I don't. I'll have a drink because I want to drink. Or more specifically, a shot because I want a shot. Oh man, I had a few drinking phases in my life where I drank way too much too often. For various reasons. Yep. No, they like to just get drunk. Oh, I didn't want to drop that. Let's go here. Or something. Let's go somewhere. Same, Coaster. Same. That's if I drink. I don't like getting fucked up. In 99% of situations, I want to remember what happened, too. You know? I mean, some people I can understand maybe why they don't want to remember the things that they've done when they were drunk, but, you know... Yep. I have a friend who is paralyzed from the waist down. Because he said he fell asleep on his motorcycle on the way home from the party, but let's be honest. I'm old enough now to know better. Anyway, long story short, he fell asleep behind the wheel, well, on the bike on the way home, and he hit the ditch and flipped like 15 times end over end through a fucking cornfield. He was pronounced dead at the scene. They resuscitated him, and then found out later that he was paralyzed from like here down or something like crazy like that. Like he's got nothing. He feels nothing from his belly button down. It's really sad. He's a really good dude too. He taught me like the vast majority of everything that I learned to become enthusiastic about learning how to build computers and manipulate them in various ways. Like I owe a lot of like my ability with computers and technology today to this man. But anyway, like I said, despite whether he fell asleep or whether there's more to it than that, I don't care. It just goes to prove one stupid mistake at a party or whatever can like cost you everything. right? You gotta remember, too, though, we've got different generations involved here. This guy's more closer to my parents' generation when things like this were okay. And you and I are part of a generation that grew up on Moms Against Drunk Driving. So you got to take into account the difference in thought process of the generations. Yeah, but it was more normalized then. It's hard to explain their thought process. Like, I don't even truly understand it to this day, and I really don't. I'm not trying to argue for sympathy for them in any way. Don't misunderstand me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah. His entire life has changed in so many ways, Coaster. Coast or Avor, the problem is with a motorcycle accident, it doesn't matter whether you're going 5 miles an hour or if you're going 25 miles an hour or if you're going like 2 miles an hour. A motorcycle accident, a motorcycle is a vehicle that you are not strapped in and you don't have a fucking shell around you. So, like, that being said, even bicycles are dangerous when you think about it. Bicycles, fucking skateboards, any fucking wheeled device. You straight ragdoll. Now, to make matters worse, like, as I understand it, he somehow stayed on the bike as it flipped as many times as they said it flipped. Before he was finally thrown on the last bounce some fucking, like, 20 feet from the fucking bike, where emergency officials finally found him. Holy Jesus. My phone is exploding, chat. You guys hear that? You know, Coaster, I rode a moped for a little while, and I rode a bike for years, like a bicycle. And for me, the safest bailout on a fucking bicycle was to fucking slide out of it, right? So, like, before you end up, like, flipping, you try to lay it down and just let it skid. But it's different with fucking motorcycles because you're going a lot faster, I feel. But maybe I'm wrong, and Jesus Christ, leave me alone. Uh. See, that's what I'd be afraid of, Coaster. Is like, well, there's this thing they call road rash, which is actually more nasty than they make it sound. That's why you're supposed to wear, like, biker leathers, quote unquote, and shit like that. Yeah, carpet burn, but on crack. Protective gear won't save you from that. Well, assuming you have any kind of control over your fucking body to bail off of the bike in any way, shape, or form, what's the fucking best way to do it? Because at those speeds, I don't see any feasible way of doing it without fucking dying, even with the helmet on. I mean, sure, you can negate some of it with, like, fucking, like, pads and shit, right? But, like, the leathers and stuff, as you said, are worthless, right? You gotta hope you don't skid, but you don't want to fucking bounce either, because you're gonna bounce at God knows what speed. And I don't feel knee pads and elbow pads are solid enough to protect against any kind of, like, hard impact. They might stand well against skids, though, but I don't know. Oh, they're not useless. They're one more layer to minimize the damage. That's what you're saying. The damage is less with the leathers than it could have been without. I suppose. I mean, there's supposed to be like a specific. Oh, Jesus, my character's getting depressed. Oh, this anti-gun activist that has guns is really, really, really starting to make me upset here. He's not really an anti-gun activist. It's just a joke. It was just a joke because we were in the gun store. Yeah, because otherwise you could end up like my friend. I can understand that. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good time. I mean, unless you get off on that shit, at which point then maybe it might be your dream? But what are the odds? I mean, what are the odds that you're going to be one of those guys that just likes to have people do that shit and, you know. I know, I don't either. I'm cracking a very terrible fucking joke, okay? It is sadly only one that the fucking. there, there's sadly only one that the kink community will ever understand. So. And really only a very small fraction of them. All I gotta say is I've seen some fucked up shit on the internet, man. I've seen some fucked up shit on the internet, man. That's fair, too. That just, I don't know why, Coaster, but it makes me think back to this fucking TikTok video of a guy getting arrested and he's telling the cop that his safe word is pineapple juice. Or something like that. This is, of course, after the guy ran and got away. And then he came back huffing and puffing and just laid down to be arrested. And he's like, oh, my safe word is pineapple juice. Or something like that. I just seen the clip again the other fucking day. I fucking about died. Like, I forgot about that clip. Look, this guy's like, you can't catch me! And he starts jumping around and then he fucking disappears. This guy's fucking gone. This cop doesn't even try to chase him. He's just like, fuck this, they don't pay me enough for this, whatever. This cop's just like, whatever. But then all of a sudden, the guy just came back. He's like, okay, you're gonna arrest me now. And he puts his hands behind his back, and he just lays down. And he's like, and he puts his legs back, and he's like, my safe word is pineapple. And I'm like, oh my god. I bet this cop is just wondering right now if he should even arrest you at the moment. Dude, I don't know what was going through that cop's mind. But I'm sure it was fucking classic. I'm sure the cop was probably like smelling crap or something. Like, am I being set up by fucking internal affairs or something? Am I supposed to handle this in a specific situation in a specific way? Like, do I arrest this guy? Do I not arrest this? What am I supposed to do? It depends on what the crime is. You know, I'll just go back to like when weed was still illegal in Minnesota up until very recently. Like, certain cops would do stupid dick things like smash your pipes and make you watch them smash your pipes in exchange for not charging you for everything they confiscated. They'd do fucking stupid shit just like that, just to insult to injury, and then let you go. If you had, like, small amounts of weed and just some fucking paraphernalia, a couple bongs or whatever. I was never one of those lucky fuckers. Yeah, but here's the conundrum on that coaster. Somebody has to drive and transport that somewhere. So who's guilty? The black market? Or the customer for the black market? See, that's my point. I was just shooting your argument in the foot, sorry. Because that's what people fucking done to me a million times, and I just felt like doing it for once. I hate that argument. Let's just be clear. I fucking despise that fucking argument. Because it's not wrong. But yeah, without the customer, there's no black market. On the flip side, you know, it's questionable whether or not there'd be a customer without the black market. But to create a black market, you either have to cause a severely inflated fucking thing to be weird. I don't know how to explain that. Or you have to have a government illegalized fucking thing that everybody wants. There's a black market on fucking totally everything. Video games, fucking... Like, I tell you what, like just like the other day when you tried to purchase something for me, Coaster, fucking, they stopped you from doing it because of a price difference in our regions. And the reason for that is they thought maybe I might have sent you money to buy this game for me at that price, so I got a discount here. And the sad thing is there are people that do that shit. But on the flip side, there's a way around that. You just go buy keys. It's perfectly legal to buy game keys. Game keys can be redeemed on Steam, most of them. But it's sketchy or not as to whether those keys are valid or not. I typically don't buy them. But there's somebody else who's bought quite a few of them and just given me keys and said, hey, you wanted to try this game but you can't buy it in your country? Here's a key for it. I'm like, okay. I punched it in. I'm like, holy shit. He's like, yeah, it's available here. I just bought the key. Like, holy shit. Yeah, there's like one game that's actually not available here stateside that I actually own. It's one of the Telltale games. It's the Game of Thrones Telltale game that never had a sequel. They literally made one game, but it's not available here in the United States. Are you for real? You want me to play that game again? It's only one game, and it's a pretty decent game. I'm not gonna lie, I save scummed the fuck out of that game because that you get some pretty fucking shitty choices, as is any Telltale game. I might pick that up and play that. For real. But I already do have another game lined up for when I get sick of PZ. So it's what was it you just bought for me, Coaster? What was it? Oh yeah, Sekiro. Shadows Die Twice. It's one I actually have been watching for a while. But yes, it has been now made available to me. And that is going to be the next game we are going to play once I get sick of PZ. Hopefully, it's mouse and keyboard friendly. Coaster, I really appreciate that, and you didn't have to do that, but yes, it was on my wish list because I was looking at that game. I've been waiting for it to go on sale for a while. And it just wouldn't go. But yeah. I put that on my wish list back when I was going through this kick on the old, like, there's a couple of games that Revan recommended to me that I played, both of which I never beat. Because they kicked my ass because they're not mouse and keyboard friendly, but yeah, they're fun all the way up until the final boss. Hey man, I appreciate that. But don't ever feel obligated to do anything, man. Like, I learned a lot from you when I was starting out, dude. For real. You know? Like, the few interactions we had early on and whatnot, I listened. I might not have necessarily been happy right away, but, you know, that's how I am. Inevitably, I admit people are right. But I listen to you. You know? Exactly, but that's why I like you. Because so am I. I'm an asshole too. It takes me a minute to fucking admit when I'm wrong. I'm not going to point out any specific things, but the few things that you have said to me in the past when I was new, I listened to what you said. And that means a lot to me, dude. You took time that you didn't have to take to help somebody who was new. And not everybody's like that. This community, or the Twitch community in general, it's not necessarily like that. Ah, shit, dude, you're awesome, man. Always good in my book. I can't wait for you to get back to PZ and whatever else you want to play, man. I wish PZ multiplayer was a bit more stable. Because I want way more fucking zombies than we can handle. Like, this is a little bit above what the server can actually do. Because of limitations. Oh, shit! Oh, and by the way, Muckfire, thank you for the biddies twice in a row now. I totally didn't mean to ignore you. I wasn't ignoring you. I meant to come back to you. I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. I'm a total asshole. It happens. But thank you very much. I appreciate it, dude. You were fucking awesome. You guys are helping keep the weed jar full. You know, it's a little empty right now. So I'm waiting till tomorrow. But that's okay. Because I still have the party bag. The mystery bag. The death bag. God knows how many different kinds of weed are fucking mixed into this thing. Over the last 3 fucking years. This bag has been building since before I started streaming. Well, building and decreasing and rebuilding and decreasing and then rebuilding and you get what I mean. It's been it's been dumped on and picked out of and dumped on and picked out of fucking a million times in the last 3 years since I started streaming. Before I started streaming. Oh, nice. You picked up an ounce yesterday? Hell yeah. I get mine tomorrow, so hopefully. 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 I mean, I wouldn't mind smoking the other shit for a little while, because that stuff will make me stupid, but... I totally have not done anything in PZ since I logged on at all. Like, literally nothing. Just sitting here, wasting food. Bottom half of your thermos is all shake. See, when that happens in my jar, it gets dumped into that bag. When I end up with all that, like, that little bit of shaking shit in the bottom, I just dump that in my fucking bag. It just sits in there forever, curing and curing and drying and powdering and dusting. This stuff's so fucking powder fine, you could probably do it as a line. Don't do it, chat. Do not do it, chat. That's not a thing. I know somebody who did that. It's not a thing. You gonna be okay there, XV? Let me guess, you know somebody who did that once too, don't you? I can never say I did that because I know somebody obviously who did that, but I was stupid enough to snort pixie sticks when I was like fucking probably 14, okay? So, yeah. Let's just say I was doomed before I ever discovered drugs to begin with. Don't do it, chat. It's not as good as it sounded, I promise. Me and my friend, we were just like pouring the pixie sticks in our hands, and we're like, what happened if we sniffed this? And we did, and it wasn't good. Okay. I sneezed and my nose burned. I mean, it didn't help that it really wasn't a line, it was just piled into my hand, so we kind of just like scar-faced it, but don't do it, chat. It's not good, no. Don't do it, chat. Tries to snort your Adderall, and let me guess, you've got the ones that are those capsules, the little balls inside that don't crush, right? All too familiar with that shit. Oh, snuff? That's another one I don't understand. Like, why do people snort tobacco? Like, snuff. Like, that's an actual thing, okay? Like, at first I thought it was just a very fine chew, right? Which there were people that chewed it, but I found out I knew somebody who actually used it as snuff. Like, it's supposed to be used. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, this is how you're supposed to do it. This is snuff. This is specifically for this. So I'm like, and he'd do it, and then he'd blow his nose right away, and I'd be like, what? Like, that can't even do anything. It's not even, it's not even in there for even any length of time. Like, how can that, like, no! Why? What did you clip? I mean, it didn't help that the line was piled in and it's like Scarface. I knew that's how you clip. Y'all give you in trouble. What's up, B? How you doing, man? Oh no, sushi down. You're all good. I was just educating on people on the fact that, yeah, snuff is a fucking thing with tobacco. Like, you snort this shit, not like a line. You get like my buddy I was just talking about used to have this fucking little spoon, a little fucking snuff spoon, and you just scoop it out of the fucking tobacco tin, then you go, and that's what those little bottles that we used to use for our cocaine are actually supposed to be used for, by the way. That's what I learned. Don't do it, chat. It's not good. Don't do it. So, yeah. No, that's what it's seriously for, though. And the only reason I believe this, too, is because I've read references to this in, like, stories like, when I was a kid, there was this story I was forced to do a book report on. This is the only reason I remember this fucking book at all. It was a book about Johnny Tremaine. And they used to talk about their snuff tins and whatnot. Like, this is before, like, snortable cocaine was ever discovered. Okay? So what were they snorting? They were snorting tobacco. So I know this is an actual serious thing. Long story short. Sorry, I had to pause to read chat for a second. Yeah, you know exactly what book I'm talking about. I can't remember exactly what scene in the book it was. But it was like these high-ranking people or something, if I remember right. I can't remember what they were in relate. This is a long fucking time ago, dude. I had to have been like fucking 15 or 16 when I had to do this fucking book report. Fucking no, can't no. You read it in 7th grade? Oh, good God. At 15, 16. I don't even know what grade I would have technically been in at that point. 18 would have been my senior year. So -4. So it would have been like 8th or 9th grade, maybe 7th grade, possibly. So about the same time, give or take. Right around there. God, I just think really way too hard about that. Alright, catch you later, Avor. Peace out, yo. It's good to see you, dude. Here's a puff on your way out. That I'll probably have to repack. Gross. We just sat here and talked about drugs and smoked weed for the last fucking hour and a half. You know that, chat? You do realize that, chat. Plus a couple of other topics that I now have no clue what they were anymore. I'm going to have to review the VOD just to remember what the fuck we talked about. That led into this conversation about snorting pixie sticks and tobacco and shit. And not snorting weed. Don't do it, chat. Don't do it. How the fuck did we get into that topic anyway? Does this thing even go that far back? Oh yeah, I remember what we were talking about. I remember what we were talking about. I remember. Kind of. Kind of. Barely. Oh, what did I do, Chad? It's already fucking too late to go anywhere. We literally just wasted our entire fucking day talking about drugs. What things can I grind right now? I could grind mechanics, or I could grind tailoring. I can't grind tailoring because I don't have thread. But I could grind tailoring. I need something to grow so I can fucking grind farming. I can't grind any more fishing. Oh. Fish. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God I never lit the stove. Oh. I don't want to talk about it, chat. That was before we started talking about sniffing pixie sticks and smoking derbs and snorting derbs and fucking drugs and shit. Like, I could... I don't want to talk about it. Okay? I don't even want to talk about it right now. Oh my God, get into my inventory, please. Oh, Chad, I'm gonna need you to remind me to not burn the fish, okay? So this is gonna be bad. Do I have stupid matches? Yes. So we will use matches. And then I need to find a rag. Oh, wait, I have a rag. What am I talking about? Light fire. Ripped sheets. Not with toilet paper. Not a comic book. Ripped sheets with matches. That way I don't have to worry about it juggling my fucking lighters. Because it won't use the one that's in my inventory, you know. It'll fucking grab one out of my bag. Oh, that would have been so bad, Chad, if I had to fucking burn the fish. Like, how bad would that have been if I, like, would have burned the fish and then set the safe house on fire? I mean, the fire extinguisher's right there, but would my high ass have thought to grab the fire extinguisher, or would I have tried to have done it with my fucking water bottles that are in my inventory? You know? Don't burn the fish. You know, yeah, but if you put an apple slice in there, it doesn't break down into that fine, keefy powder that just goes poof in one hit when you smoke it out of a bowl and you just get fucking super stoned off one ginormous rip that killed your bowl in one hit. XV knows what I'm talking about. A very fine powder at the very, very fucking end. You only ever get one hit out of that big old bowl you pack out of it. Maybe two. Maybe two hits. But you get so high off of those one or two hits. Because it's like the entire fucking thing in one fucking shot, okay? Chad, I seriously completely forgot that I went fishing and everything. I seriously forgot it all. So I didn't burn the fish, chat. I'm so glad I didn't fucking start that fire and then go into that whole tangent. Because I seriously completely forgot about the fish completely. Altogether. Gone. Completely forgot about them. Straight up high-assed it. You might... Never mind. I'm just gonna not say anything. You might be somebody I used to know if you, if you almost burnt your parents' kitchen down boiling a pot of water. Not just gonna specify anything. This might be somebody I used to know. Might not be, but it might be. Your wife cop. I used to intentionally light pasta on fire for fun. Okay? I used to sit there with a lighter and just fucking burn the shit because I thought it was amusing to watch the fucking pasta kind of just blacken and bubble in weird fucking shapes and shit. Don't ask, Chad. I used to have this morbid fascination with fire when I was very young. And then I had to buy my own Bic lighters, and I realized how expensive a fire habit really was. So, that died. I still like fire, though. Fire solves many things. Are you ready to harvest? No. Come on, weed. I'll grow at once so I can stuff you all in one single jar. Okay, like, as much of you in one jar and cure you slowly over the next 10,000 fucking hours. So I can smoke more weed that I don't really need. What I really need is this tobacco back here. You know, the stuff we used to smoke back in the day, it's called weed. If it's weed, I'll smoke it, man. I don't have a true favorite. Names don't matter much to me anymore, as I used to be part of the renaming a strain game way back in the fucking day. We won't talk about it. But yeah, names don't mean much, because especially when you get here into the upper Midwest, they've already been kicked around and stepped on and renamed 37,000 times before they ever get to you. And that's how we end up with these fucking purple nurple coochie mama fucking strains up here in fucking Minnesota, dude. Okay? It's because the more hands it passes, the more creative the new name fucking gets. So seriously, if it's weed and it gets me high, I'll smoke it. Just don't bring me no fucking shitty ass fucking brick fucking swag, okay? I haven't smoked that shit in fucking like 15 years, and I don't ever intend to smoke that shit again. So that's what I'm talking about. Fucking purple nurple hoochie fucking banana hoe. Okay? Like, what the hell? I don't care. I really don't care about these names anymore. I'm over it. way back in the day, a name used to fucking represent the region it came from. You know, like fucking Catanuska Thunderfuck used to come from like Alaska and places like that. And BC Buds used to fucking refer to anything coming from British Columbia. Okay? Like, and it's all fucking changed so much over the last 20 years. And that's not even a fraction of the fucking time the weed fucking industry has been around. Okay, that's just how long I've been in it. Or aware of it. Allegedly. Purple cream cookies. Again, this is what I'm fucking talking about. Like, it was a stretch back in the day when they used to bring me strains and go, this tastes just like blueberries. And I'd be like, oh, great, I'll take it, because it's the only thing my ex at the time, well, my girlfriend at the time, would smoke, was if it was blueberries. So I just buy it. And then the occasional blue dream I would fucking buy, okay? We won't talk about it. Right? That's the only time names mattered to me. It's when I wanted her to smoke with me. Before I turned her into a fucking pothead and it got too expensive. We won't talk about it. And Blue Dream, one of the best. Yo, I remember the original Blue Dream strain, dude. That shit was fucking ridiculous. If you got actual Blue Dream, dude, you couldn't put it in a fucking baggie and then seal it into a Ziploc and then throw it into a fucking Tupperware and still not have it fucking stink up your entire goddamn house, dude. Back in the day, I used to just get an eighth of this shit. And I'd fucking seal it in the tightest fucking cork container I had. I'd fucking stuff it in fucking whatever fucking corner fucking wherever. It would just still... You'd walk into my house and it'd just reek of fucking weed, dude. It's like... Like, goddamn, dude. It was the only time I didn't smoke my weed at work, too. Because there's no way I could bring it in without it, because this is back in fucking the early 2000s, okay? This is like fucking 2007, 2008. This is like when we were all fucking over our fucking shoulders trying to fucking get high and shit without getting fucking clubbed over the head by a cop. Not literally. Most of the time. Most of the time. I didn't dare bring this shit to fucking work with me, dude. Like, I couldn't find a way to seal this shit up in any way that I didn't stink up fucking anywhere I fucking went with it. It was so fucking bad, dude. It was so bad. The original Blue Dream was fucking ridiculous. That was a long fucking time ago, man. Keep in mind, I said 2006, 7, 8. Somewhere in there, probably like 2007, 2008. How many years is that, chat? That's like, what, almost 15 years? For fuck's sake. And the sad thing is, I just make myself sound like an old fucker when I talk about this shit, too. I now totally understand the insanity that was my, like, granddaddies and shit, quote unquote. Fucking, that would always talk about the old days and stuff, because now I'm that old man that does it. Like, I totally get it now. I totally get it now. Except, sorry, but old fuckers, my generation's right. Mostly. Kinda. Or at least walking in the right direction, okay? Back in them, their early night. I'm sorry, dude. I got fucking told the other day, or asked the other day what it was like growing up back in the 1900s. I'm not even fucking joking. I about flipped shit. I was like, I had to walk away. I walked away. I'm like, I can't talk to you right now. I can't do it. Like, the night, no, 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 uh-uh. The 1900s to me was like fucking the years that this house was fucking built. Okay? Like 1900 to 1908, 2000, 1910, whatever, okay? Fucking maybe the 1920s or something like that. No, no. I mean, it was bad enough the one day when I walked into a place to get fucking some liquor for for someone. And fucking walked in there and showed my fucking ID, and they only looked at it for a half a second, and then I'm like, that was quick. And they're like, I saw the 19. Fuck you. Okay? Fuck you. Everybody who was born in 19 anything is old enough to buy even liquor right now. It doesn't fucking matter. Oh. You were born in 2000. Oh, you're what? You're that year that I was fucking losing my fucking shit when y'all were turning 21. That was the year that I was fucking one of the years that I was partially running like the fucking cover and carding and stuff at this bar I used to work for, along with a club. Right. And so when it came to 2000 was now the fucking legal year for everybody to fucking it's funny though, is the year 2000, that was don't want to talk about it. Don't want to talk about it. I was losing my mind. Because you know what's funny? When I used to check IDs, when I saw it too, I knew you weren't old enough for anything. I'd just turn your ass right around. I didn't have to look anything else at the fucking ID. And now it's the other way around. Anybody who sees the 19 is just like, you're good. Fuck you. Can't you just make me feel fucking young and be like, oh, you look so fucking young? Like, can I get your ID? You fucking flatter me, man. Seriously. Especially when I'm all fucking scruffy and shit like this, okay? Whatever, B. You're barely older than me. Only a couple years on me. So fuck you. Which, by the way, I lost the game. ILTG. Okay, so I've literally been just bullshitting all night and I've done absolutely fucking nothing here. Suppose I should, like, grind some more mechanics. since I decided I was going to be the fucking car guy. See how long it is before I get distracted. Oh, this is so exciting, chat. It was probably more entertaining when I thought I almost burned the fish, okay? I understand that. If we ever want to drive ATVs, I have to be able to do this. I can't do that one yet. And can I do those? Nope. Definitely do tires, though. Can I do brakes? Wonder. No. Still can't do brakes. So, not only is mechanics a slog, but it's a real fucking slog when you're trying to only do mechanics on things that you have zero chance of damaging. Because, you know, like 69% is fucking awesome. 69. But, you know, even anything close to 50 is great in this fucking world, too. Which one did I just do? Front right. Hmm. Can I do these yet? Yes. Oh, I can actually uninstall the trunk now? Cool. That's new. Install. Uh-oh. Can I just break this truck? Um... Oops. I will just not do that again. Just so you know, chat, just because it says you can uninstall something doesn't mean you're actually supposed to be able to uninstall it. Just a fair warning. Just so you know. Can't do Windows. I can, however, do door windows now, which is actually good to know. Does that mean I can also do doors? No, I cannot. Damn it. Well, at least that's a new thing I can do at level 3 without damaging it. I was wondering what I got. There is a mod that allows you to, quote, practice mechanics. Where what it actually does is the same process that you're actually doing where you're taking off a part and putting it back on. This mod will actually go through and do that to practice on things that you can practice on. So you don't have to click every individual thing. As a side thought, I should look into that mod for a future playthrough. For the sake of grinding. There's one for tailoring, too. I really feel like that would be kind of a quality of life mod. I don't know why it did, but it threw an error. Do not uninstall the trunk. That is broken. At least I learned in a multiplayer playthrough. Tell me about it. Even though I live in Minnesota, I'm no fan of winter. The only thing I do like is that the fucking bugs are dead and there's no pollen. Instead, I have to deal with colds and sinus infections. Super exciting, honestly. I can't wait. Truthfully. This is me excited. I swear. Right? Like, admittedly, those same folks are also suffering because, like, it'll get to, like, 115, 120 degrees sometimes during, like, extreme conditions, which we never see here in Minnesota, except for, like, we had, like, 115 last summer once. Or this summer. It was, like, one day. But the rest of the summer was up in the 90s, fucking hundreds. Yeah, I got this guy I work with who grew up like somewhere down south. And he tells me every year that he can't wait for the snow because it's all pretty. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? The only reason I live where the air hurts my face is because we don't have rattlesnakes or scorpions. It's the only reason I'm here. Fuck the snow. Yeah, we were like 87% humidity on a lot of those days during the summer this year. But this is Minnesota. It's the land of 10,000 fucking puddles. So, it's always humid here. Always. It's disgusting. We literally bake alive here sometimes. Yeah, and I don't understand why you guys don't have huge humidity problems because of it. Is it just because our lakes are smaller? Is that what it is? So they like heat up and evaporate faster, maybe? Whereas the really big bodies of water, they dissipate heat better? So that's what I thought. You were saying you weren't mostly humid this year, or whatever. Oh, no, you were humid, not dry. Okay, I misread that. My bad. That was totally my bad. I had a dyslexic moment, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, so you understand. I think a lot more people have it than is ever actually talked about or realized. And I think, too, a lot of people, especially people out of, like, our generation, Coaster, didn't start talking about the difficulties and stuff till later. Like, it's not until in these last few years that I've started talking about the fact that I can't read something and tell you what I just read. You know, stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. I pretended for a long time I didn't have it. And I just suffered, truthfully. I just made up for it by being as visually learning capable as humanly possible. Like, I can watch somebody do something 1 or 2 times, and then I can duplicate it and probably improve upon it. Like, guaranteed. I just need to see the initial process first. Like, once or twice. And I can probably make it better. Okay, but if you give me, like, an instruction manual and say, hey, read this and this is how you use this, I can't. And see, and I don't understand why it's different when I'm, like, reading chat, too. Okay? Like, maybe it's different because it's an interaction with a person, maybe. Or at least that's how my brain's got it associated. But... But then again, I do still transpose stuff, so... Yeah. But that's because we were raised in a skeptical environment about it. In a lot of cases, it was assumed we were stupid. Okay? And we had to make up for it. So... While not okay, I understand that level of skepticism. I will beg to differ on that one, because, I mean, well, yes, you did, but I'm a complete 180. I'm okay as a person, as far as who I am, although some people will argue that. But my life is in fucking shambles. Because I probably didn't get some of the special education that I more than likely needed. So... But you and I are examples of 2 different extremes. I had a problem that was not recognized early enough. Because, 1, because I hit it. And 2, because a lot of people didn't believe it was much of a thing even then. Yes and no. But some of my circumstances have arisen because of my lack of any academic advantage. Okay? Some circumstances I've been put into because I haven't had a choice, but why have I not had a choice? My brother used a very basic example of this a while ago in the chat. A long time ago. He used to work for the park board here as a park attendant, whatever type fucking person over here before he became a cop. Okay? When he worked for them, he would go around the grounds, he would do whatever fucking bullshit, but among that shit was telling kids that they can't sit on the retaining walls and stuff. Right? Well, every day it was a fight with these same kids over the retaining wall that were just looking for somebody to sit and hang out, or somewhere to sit and hang out, right? And my brother, he's like, after yelling at him for the umpteen millionth time, he's like, look, if I bring you guys chairs and put them out for you guys to use and blah, 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 would you use them and not sit on the retaining wall? Because there was nowhere else for these kids to sit and hang out. That was the big thing. It was a case of a rule being imposed to make something normal illegal so certain people would get in trouble, okay? We'll call it what it is, right? And so he went and out of his own money bought some cheap ass fucking chairs and put them out along that in front of that retaining wall. And miraculously, he come by the next following days, and these kids were using it and not sitting on the retaining wall except for like one, because there's always that one kid, right? But overall, the vast majority of people, his point on this whole thing was the vast majority of people, they want to do good, but can only do good if they're given the opportunity to do good and do right. If they're not given the opportunity, they will take whatever opportunity that is available to them, whether it is right or not. And that is a case of what my circumstance is. In some cases. Some of it's my own stupidity. I will, despite what other people say, I will stand firm on that. Some of it's my own stupidity. But still, you get my point. It's like I said, it's a very minimal example, and he can probably explain the situation better than me, because obviously he was there. But his point still stands. You know, yeah, there's always one person who's going to buck the system, but the vast majority of people, if you give them a chance, they're not going to just, like, openly defy things. Some people are just defiant because they're not allowed to be compliant. It was a very simple, basic argument that he's really not wrong on. I don't know if he's necessarily 100% right, but he's not wrong. Well, and that's the whole thing, is the whole broad idea behind it. Because he's not wrong, is there was no place for these kids to sit around that area at all. Nothing. And it was very obviously because of its accessibility used as a congregation point for a lot of the local youth. And rather than accommodating that situation, the system tried to force a set of rules that just weren't going to work on them. And so my brother bucked it in his own way, I guess, when it all boils down to it. But still, that's beside the point. I didn't say that people are necessarily inherently good, but they aren't going to even try to take an option to be good if there is no option to be good, is what the point is. If you give somebody no option, they're going to do what they're going to do. If you at least present the option, there is a percentage chance that they are going to take that option that you have presented them. They're kids. They aren't going to stop. They didn't give a fuck. What do you do? Especially when he's an adult and not even park police yet. What is he going to do? Yeah, no, and then, honestly, before he even brought these chairs in, he spent the night looking up and making sure that there was nothing in the rules that said that the chairs couldn't be there. Okay? He made sure that the chairs could be there. You know, or at least there's nothing that said they couldn't. So if it came down to an argument on his end, he had something to stand on. But either way, point is he gave these kids an option beyond what the park board was willing to do. And most of them took that option. The vast majority of them. Yes, but a compromise is still an option. And that's my point. If you don't give somebody an option, they're going to do what they're going to do. And I'm a good example of this, for fuck's sake. I mean, I didn't have to join the fucking weed fight for fucking 20 years. But I did because it was right. Okay? And I paid the price for it, and I'm still paying the price for it. But that's one of those things where I argue that it's my own stupidity. Although other people will argue otherwise, saying that I was doing what was right. What was right and what was smart are two different things. I don't know. I wish my brother was here to actually comment on this because he was there, but, you know. It's his scenario. But whatever. Take it for what you will, Coaster. And I would argue otherwise. There's always going to be bad apples, man. That's undisputable. But I don't feel the vast majority of people are inherently like that. Do I feel a lot of people are like that? Yes. Which is why we have rules. It's because of those people. But I don't feel the vast majority of people are inherently like that. I feel a lot of people are in a situation of help themselves and nobody else just simply because that's the life they have to live. You know, but that's again beside the point. Well, and that's what that's what I was talking about. You know, and I don't think necessarily everybody would like. You know, again, we have rules for the bad apples, but not everybody is a bad apple. I don't even think the majority. I think that's a fallacy that's been portrayed on us from a very long time to keep us afraid of each other. Along with racism and a lot of other fucking things. But again, because of the few, we have to have the rules. I typically try to do good, but in situations where I don't have a lot of good options, I'll do more likely what's right. Can I just say that? I've lived my life as a very gray line. But I'm not perfect. Not a lot of shit I'll carry with me to my grave. Yeah. It's very easy to act fucking big and tough when you don't have to worry about the person on the other side of the screen being able to reach through and choke you to death. Okay? I'm gonna say that. That's why I try to ignore trolls sometimes. Because they have no fucking clue. Back in my day, we didn't say shit like that, because shit like that used to get our teeth knocked out. I miss some of the 90s. There's some shit I don't miss, but I do miss a lot of the 90s. Throughout the 90s, I had a lot of friends that were in danger because a disease was considered God's divine retribution against a certain segment of people for living the way they do, rather than it being an actual pandemic. So, yeah, there are things I don't miss about the 90s. Realistically, I didn't like a lot of the 90s mentality. I liked the ability to openly think and move forward that developed in the 90s, but that's about it. Oh, and I liked the music. Give me all the music. Even the bad shit. That's better than new shit. Most of it. A lot of things I can't discuss on stream. So I'm just going to refrain from comment on that one. I stated one very vague thing, and I was just going to leave it at that. Specifically, a disease that was treated as God's, or considered God's divine retribution on a culture of people for their way of life. Yes. It was that way of thinking that was rampant in the 90s and before that I don't miss. I had a lot of friends die. A lot of friends. And yes, that way of thinking still persists to this day, even though it has very much crossed over into the general population. But it's stupid things like that that I hated about the 90s. But can I please leave it at that? That one hurts. You see? And that's what's even more fucking crazy about the whole fucking thing. And then nothing was done because it was considered a punishment rather than a problem. And that's actually how a lot of things are treated to this day. Some things are punishments, not problems. And it's kind of one of the things that's always made me sick about society. It was super bad. It was super bad. I have friends, when 9/11 happened in 2001, when 9/11 happened in 2001, we had friends that owned a store across the street from where I used to work. Okay? And they were of Iranian or whatever descent. They're Middle Eastern. Okay? They're Palestinian. And then 9/11 happened, and they were instantly afraid for their fucking lives. Because everybody went anti-fucking Middle Eastern, fucking they're all terrorists in literally the span of a week. Like, that shit's fucking crazy, dude. Hmm. 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 You're not wrong. You're totally not wrong. We always used to say in Planet Side, back in the day, you always fear the almighty Zerg. The unaligned, freaking random fucking players that show no allegiance to any particular group. That all just, for some reason, go to wherever the quote fight is. And the whole fucking population of them just descends on that place, and then it's just desperation to hold. The mob mentality is real. Me Too. I don't know if I'm entirely familiar with Me Too. You know, that's kind of the same deal with the animal rights groups too. Some of them are pretty fucking scary. PETA's actually the biggest one. PETA is actually the worst of them all. Talking all crazy. We're gonna save all the fucking animals. And then out of the fucking animals they save, 75 some percent of them, some crazy percent of them is actually euthanized. Fuck out of here, dude. You ain't saving shit. You're just getting a bunch of fucking stupid people to give you a bunch of fucking money to go fight a pointless battle with as little fucking money as possible. Ugh, don't get me fucking started. Like, it's okay to be pro-justice, okay? It really is. I totally get it, because I'm pro-justice to one degree or another, right? I mean, I'll look at everything from every single possible perspective that I can. Why am I overweight? Oh, I'm hungry. Let's eat a chocolate bar. Fuck it. What the fuck was I just talking about, chat? Oh, yeah. I mean, I can look at... I'm pro-justice, but I gotta look at everything from every possible angle, okay, or perspective. You know, but then again... Justice is... As disgusting as this sounds, everybody's idea of justice is different. There's very few things the vast majority of us can truly 100% agree on. As far as punishment versus crimes goes. But then, when I look at justice, too, I gotta look at justice for who? Who actually got hurt? You know, and then who is actually responsible? And what was the damage? What was the harm actually done? Is it going to be, like, lifelong? Or is it something that can be fixed? You know? You got to look at all of these things when you consider what is justice. But who is the justice really going to? Right? I like to believe that just about anything can be solved without violence, provided all parties are willing to talk. But the problem is not all parties are willing to talk, and not all parties are willing to agree as to what justice truly is. So sometimes violence is just inevitable because of that. It's fucking ugly and it's stupid. See? That's a way of twisting somebody's words against them. Well done, Coaster. Well done. I don't mind arguing with somebody, even if they're right. If I can see a flaw in your logic, I will tear it apart. Kind of like you do, Coaster. Which is why I like you. You like to poke holes in my moral code. Drives me nuts, but I love you. You know, but I'm also notorious for arguing myself in circles as far as my own fucking arguments go. Alright? Yep. See, and that shit kills me too. I hate that. Violence. Violence is not an issue. Well, what if they're not complying and whatnot? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, it's a very valid point. Well, violence is now on the fucking table because how are you going to obtain compliance without applying force? It's a very valid argument. I love that counterpoint. It's fucking great. Bravo. Bravo. That's just like me when I was playing with Varian last night in Project Zomboid, and we were kind of half-ass joking. Okay, this is completely half-ass off topic. Okay, just comic shit, right? But we're in the gun store in fucking West Point, fucking loading up on weapons and shit. And we're in there for so long that my character's bored and hasn't smoked a cigarette and blah blah blah. And he's fucking depressed and stuff. And I'm like, why is he all fucking depressed and shit? He's in the gun store and shit. It's like the American dream. I mean, unless he's like an anti-gun activist and he spent his entire Project Zomboid life fighting against guns, and now he's found himself in a gun store in the situation where he now needs guns to save his fucking life after he's been fighting against them. You know, I'd be kind of depressed too, I guess. You know, completely off topic, but funny. Oh, what did I just fucking do? Oh yeah, violence is the absolute. Violence is not necessarily the worst option, as it should be the last option. Violence should be the last option. I totally already did these tires and shit. I think I was just down to the headlights. I think I'm just down to these two. Totally fucking high-assed this shit and forgot where I was. And to that, I will definitely agree with you, by the way, Coaster. You know, maybe not necessarily that this is the worst option, but it should be the last option. I will never say any option is worse or better than another option. You know, you would argue that the first option should be the best option, but maybe it's not necessarily the best option. It depends on what the scenario is. In the case of that, I'm pretty sure, you know, I don't know. I'm rambling. Our entire conversation just got sidetracked, I think. Hold on. I'll get back to reading that in a second, Coaster. Hold on. Right. No, and I'm gonna tell you what, I've experienced this in many occasions where the situation, let's just say I used to work at a club, all right? And let's just say it's like a dispute between me and a customer or something, okay? And I can be completely cordial and just be like, "All right, fine. Whatever. Blah. You're right. Fine. You can." And they will continue to just go in on you even after you've done things like give them their money back and stupid shit like that, and they just keep going and going and going and going. You know, I can completely understand that when it's completely unnecessary and it's obviously conceded that you've won as you've gotten everything you've put into it back, right? You know, like, I totally get that. If a person's gonna be totally non-fucking, like, reasonable after a point, what do you do? What do you do? And yes, I've been in those situations before. I've been in situations where I've had to stand my ground, too. Because they're obviously wrong. But in the instances where they were right, rare. What do you do? and the oppressor doesn't care, yeah, what do you do then, too? There's a point where you have to stand up for yourself. Sometimes the worst option is your best option. But that's why I will always say violence should always be the last option, too. That's very true, too. There have only been very few times in my life where I've come out ahead by being neutral, okay? Usually I get screwed. Yeah, but they let... You know, I will say this. If you are with a bunch of your friends and they're doing something absolutely terrible and despicable, and you either don't walk away or don't do anything to stop it or don't say anything, you are as guilty as they are. This is, of course, depending on what that thing is, of course, but I will just say despicable whatever, just as a vague description of things. There's this thing called guilt by association, and it applies under certain circumstances. I'm gonna be just short of this fucking level up. Oh my god, I need 0.67 XP. Can I just, like, fail on something once and get the level up by chance? You know, like, let's just damage this shitty muffler. So do I. Thank you. They really test a person's sense of morals, to say the least. Yep. Oh, Coaster, I am so not innocent. Only he who has no sin may cast the first stone. It is interesting to see people's differences of opinion on moral situations like this, though. It really is. You know, and it's also interesting to watch how some people will just instinctively answer, and how some people will stop and think out how they word their response to the questioning as well. You know, I try to stop and think really well about what I say. And I see by your, like, paragraphs that you're well thought out, too. It's not broken. Because you do have... Okay, Coaster... It's not broken if you do have a sense of right and wrong. You don't necessarily have to follow that compass. Simply understanding it implies that it is there. I don't follow my compass very well, but it is there. It's unconventional. That is a much proper word. I like that. I like that term. That fits so much better, Coaster. I like that. Glass half empty, glass half full. Perspectives, my friend. Perspectives. Outside the box. The true thinkers. Modern problems require modern solutions. Oh, I suppose I can go find the next mechanics book. I still have to get to Mechanics 5. Like, sometime in the next 15 years. That's tailoring. No! The third one's the one I'm missing! God damn it. Whatever. I guess that's what I'm doing freaking tomorrow. You know, I look at some of those too, and I have to think hard on some of them. You know, it's like, I like the meme video of the guy that's like, he walks around with this button on a box in his hand, and he's like, walks up to each one of his coworkers, is like, if you hit this button, you get $100, but one random person in this office gets hurt. And everybody doesn't hit that button until the last guy. The last guy, he's like, hey, if you press this button, he goes, before he even finishes the question. The ultimatum. Guy's like, he's like, but I didn't. He's like, oh, go ahead, ask your question. And he's like, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, okay. He just keeps hitting the fucking button. He's like, dude. He just goes, can I keep this? But you know, if you think about that too, the way he worded the question is he said, somebody random in the office gets hurt. That doesn't mean you're excluded from that random role. When you think about it. Neutral evil. I'm chaotic neutral, probably. In the D&D universe, I'm probably chaotic neutral. Like I said, I live my life on a very gray line. But as far as law goes, as far as law goes, I'm chaotic. I don't give a fuck about law. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. It's all gray, man. Oh yeah. So. So do I. People who regurgitate, because it makes me funny. That's why I said there's a very big difference between somebody who's react answering and somebody who's stopping and thinking out their response for a second and carefully wording how they speak, right? You know, like you and me, we're very carefully worded and very well spoken. Me more so when I need to be than anything else. But a lot of people are just like, this is right, this is wrong. They don't think about the morally gray shit. You know, so they just react and answer one way without thinking about the other possibilities of it, the other side of the coin, if you will. There's always two sides to a coin. There's always, always, always two sides to a coin. You know, that boils back to my, yeah, if not multiple sides. That all boils back to the conversation about justice. Whose definition of justice, and justice for who? And why? Exactly. Yep. Well, what's funny is the vast majority of society doesn't agree with what defined justice is right now. There are a few, you know, the ones who regurgitate, right? But it's really interesting to see the number of people that don't. The one thing I would be afraid of, though, is if it was left up to society for justice, we might have things like the Crusades and shit again on a different scale for different reasons. You get what I mean. Oh, I agree. And I don't mean on cases where a verdict wasn't reached, okay? Those are whatever, if evidence just wasn't enough, whatever, right? But in instances where it is proven that the accuser is lying, there should be some charges filed. There should be some sort of punishment. Because what's to stop the next person from doing it? You know, like, not trying to get into a touchy subject, but certain relatively recent court cases regarding some other sensitive subjects, I really feel set rights and justice for a certain demographic of people back about a decade. Especially since there was no repercussion. Yep. Like, I agree. Certain problems have gone on for way too fucking long unchecked. Totally fucking agree. Will hands down fucking agree. But certain people capitalizing on this for one personal gain or another is fucking disgusting. At the cost of how many people's freaking livelihoods and freedom, possibly in some cases? Like, I try to stay vague with this for a reason. There's a wide array of things that I can cover, but I want to keep this vague. And the moral of the story is don't fucking lie, because you can and will ruin it for the ones that aren't. And you will ruin future justice for them. Okay? It's simple. It's fucking simple. Yep. The whole thing is just a money scam from fucking beginning to end. From till death do us part till fucking the whole fucking it's all a fucking money scheme for one entity or another to make money, whether it's the church, whether it's the fucking government, whether it's a fucking divorce lawyer, fucking attorney, whatever. This somebody is meant to make money, except for the two people who are actually getting fucking bound by whatever legal terms they choose. See, here's my thing on that. Like, if two people aren't happy together, it doesn't matter the fucking reason. Leave. Fucking leave. That's why I don't fucking believe in marriage, okay? There could be a point in fucking time where you and your partner just aren't happy with each other, and you need to be able to part ways, right? I mean, yeah, there's some fucking shitty shit like somebody getting tossed out in the street and stuff like that. I understand that's the reason we've got certain proceedings in place. I get that. I'm looking at certain sleaze bags out there. Those of you who know, you know. Okay. But, you know, this whole I'm getting a divorce because you cheated on me, or I'm getting a divorce because you don't make enough money, or I'm getting a divorce because of this, I'm getting a divorce because. Just shut the fuck up and say you're not happy and get divorced. Just shut the fuck up and do it. Stop giving a fucking reason to it. You know? Like, ugh. I hate marriage. I'm sorry, I do. And to all you happily married people out there, I'm sorry if I offend you guys. I just have strong feelings about marriage, and especially the way it works in today's society. Like, and see, and that's where I disagree. That's where I completely disagree. You know, if there's no happiness, you can't really have a successful marriage. What's up, Musashi? Yeah, that's fair too. I mean, again, happiness is subjective. If you're happy living your life the way you are, fine. But if at some point you're not fucking happy living like that, you guys, you need to talk. You need to fucking talk. At the very least, you need to talk. Because otherwise things get worse. And then somebody gets hurt. Be it you, be it them, be it the kids, be it somebody. Somebody is going to get fucking hurt if you don't fucking talk and then deal with it sooner than fucking later. Ugh. And I'm happy for you that you found that coaster. You know, but there's so many of us. At least there's me anyway. I don't see a marriage like that. See, I don't fucking look for anything. I don't care. My whole thing, and this is the way I've lived my life for the last, like, probably 15 years, maybe, give or take. Like, if you want to spend time with me, cool. You know? But don't look for anything else beyond that. Not to sound like an ass, but I'm not interested. Like, none of it fucking interests me at all. You know, but that's me. That's not you. That's not everybody else. Everybody's got their own opinion. And see, and I don't want to grow old with stuck with somebody that I fucking hate. Okay? If I hate you, I don't want your face to be the last thing I fucking see when I die. Okay? Please tell me XV is back there laughing his ass off at that statement. It really is. It has been for a long time. It started dying really in the millennial generation, truth be told. I mean, a lot of the, like, Gen Xers started to fall apart too, but the boomers and shit, a lot of them are all still married to this fucking day. And most of them aren't fucking happy at all. Almost every single one of them will say till death do us part is a goal. And you know what? I really don't want anything to do with that. Why would I want to have anything to do with that? Right? When I worked for the club, whenever we had a bachelor come in and I was the DJ and I had to do the dumb fucking bachelor's dance where I had to get everybody on stage to go beat this guy up for one last night of freedom, quote unquote. One of the jokes I always cracked was, "My friend, congratulations and my condolences. May you find happiness for as long as possible. May you never find out that till death do us part is a goal." And I'd cock off something about his last time looking at pretty girls or something stupid like that, whatever. And they'd beat him up for about 2 minutes. Literally. Until death do us part is a scam. Marriage, maybe nowadays, is probably a scam, almost guaranteed. I see so many times where it's just used for some sort of leverage for one reason or another, too. You know? Like, not trying to point to any specifics, but anybody who knows, knows. Like, it got weaponized at some point. It's just not appealing to me or a lot of people anymore, except for the people who can weaponize it. Not pointing fingers or anything at anybody in particular, you know. See, and that's something I can get more behind. That's something I could totally get more behind, Coaster. I could totally jump behind that. You know, and, like, okay, so, like, somebody I dated for a very long time, everybody just jokingly called her my wife. Okay? Until that relationship finally fell apart. You know, but for a little while it was happy. But yeah, you're right. Marriage just ends that. And yeah, like, it would totally make more sense that, especially if it's somebody you've been. If you've somehow managed to, like, still be happy hanging out and just being with somebody for fucking every day for 20 fucking years or something stupid like that, then by all means, you probably should get married. Okay? Because if you haven't split apart after that fucking long, you're not going to. Right? I totally get behind that idea. But I do agree that a lot of people try to get married way too young. There's too much of that. There is a lot of heavy focus on you need to get married and have kids and shit when you're in your 20s. It is so much a fucking dream, it's fucking disgusting. It makes me kind of laugh as I reread that coaster at the whole renewing of vows thing that some people do when they hit in their 50s and 60s and shit like that after they've been married for like fucking 45 fucking years and crap like that. Um, freaking, like, why would you, like, why not just wait until you're that fucking old and do the real deal to begin with so the original thing is just that much more special? Yes. 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 That right fucking there. Every goddamn word of it, Coaster. Every word. Totally. That's because of the whole image that of marriage that's been projected on society and what you're supposed to do. AKA get married and have kids in your fucking 20s and blah blah blah, because that's what you need to fucking do, supposedly. Right? That's an image that's been fucking projected for fucking millennia. Okay, maybe not millennia, because like people are getting married at 12, like just like 200 years ago. So we won't talk about that. It's a dark time in American history, and probably around the world. I wouldn't necessarily argue that women necessarily in general do that. I think people in general will do that. Just speaking from an experience that my sister is going through right now. I'm just going to say that that's not just women that do that. But I can't speak on any more of that for a lot of reasons. So, but just let me correct you there. That's not just women that do that. That's a problem across the board. Very much so. Gotcha. Eh, eh, sketchy, but I'll refer back to if you guys are both happy, then there's no reason that's a problem. But if you're happy. Everything eventually loses its polish. The test of time is whether you're willing. Willing is the wrong word. If you're able to appreciate what's left after the polish is worn off. Yep. But then you hear the other side and you hear people who have been married for fucking 60, 70 years, or somebody whose wife of fucking 70 years just died. You know? Fucking some 90-year-old dude. Married his wife when she was like fucking 20, 18, 19, something like that. Maybe even 17 if they're old enough. No, it's really not. But a lot of standards have changed in society since then, too. You know? Oh, it's super rare. You really don't see it a lot anymore, honestly. Honestly, nowadays, we're far enough in time now. Nowadays, you're more likely to meet somebody, like I just mentioned, whose wife of X number of years just passed away, than an actual living couple that's been married that fucking long. Typically, nowadays, you will see and meet maybe one or the other. And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to the polish. Okay? Once that initial polish wears off and like the true everything else comes through, you gotta sit back and go, am I okay with this or not? You know, and if you're not okay with it, you shouldn't get involved any further beyond that. You know, you shouldn't make any kind of commitment like that. You know, but you should at the very least be together long enough for that polish to wear off before you even think about getting married. I have a friend who literally they ended up they ended up living with their best friend for fucking years and years and years and years. Every time one moved, the other moved with them. They were a package deal. They were inseparable. And inevitably, as time progressed on, one day one joked, we've been hanging out together so long and been best friends for so long, blah, blah, blah. Why don't we just get married? And then they did. And I tell you what, this is like literally 20 years ago. And they're still together and they're still happy. It's fucking crazy. Like, they met in fucking high school and graduated high school together and then fucking just got a place together and then everything. And it just. You know? And I do agree that a lot of marriages are done way too hastily. Yep. I honestly kind of shake my head when I see people who've been dating for like fucking 3 weeks and they're already getting married, or even fucking a year and they're already like engaged and getting married. It's like, dude, you're still like all like hormonal for each other and shit. Like, this isn't gonna end well. Hey, what's up, Jack Zach? How are you, friend? Yeah, right? At the very least, you should live with somebody for a while before you decide to marry them, too. Can I just say that? 'Cause you've also got to be ready to put up with their various living habits. Yep. How are you, Jazz? Jumping in right in the middle of the conversation. I'm doing pretty good, Jack Zach. Kind of half-assed, been chilling, doing literally nothing in Project Zomboid except grinding mechanics tonight. Because I've been squirreling into one deep topic after another and just walking around this wall over and over for probably the last 3 hours. Because, yeah. But anyway, yeah, how are you, friend? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Church of the Lead Pipe. If you partake in the greenery, please feel free to have a seat in our rotation and take a puff with us. If not, never fear, we'll continue to pass the doochie to the left. But most importantly, do have a good time. Do not ever be sorry, Coaster. Do not ever be sorry. I love rabbit hole conversations. They make me think. It keeps my brain sharp. And if something gets too deep, I will say something and be like, hey, yo, I would really prefer not to talk about this. Oh no, XP. I wish the NPC mod worked better. Oh, I got you, Jack. It's literally not for everybody. Not everybody likes weed, right? It's my focus here. I get high. I play random video games for long stretches at a time and get high. That's what I do, you know? And we talk about shit. Whatever relevant topic comes up that I'm willing to cautiously approach. Oh shit, there's Puff Puff pass card. Oh Jesus. Well, Jack unfortunately is going to get excluded from this question because he just met me. But truth. What's the most recent lie you guys have told me? Oh, I do multiplayer and server with a small community. Typically subscribers and whatnot. I try not to do too much multiplayer, though, because it's buggy as shit and broken. I know, right, Coaster? I have to think super hard on that one. We all know Jazz doesn't lie, so they can just sit back down in their corner. We all know how Jazz feels about lying. Now I know that's a lie, Jazz. So wait, so now that you did lie about not lying, does that mean you brain hurt? Ah! Oh, oh, okay. I understand now. I understand now. Brain not hurt so hard. Brain conundrum, freaking time loop, time continuum. Is that the Q? Please be a Star Trek person in here somewhere. Please tell me you know who the Q is. Oh no, Jazz. Sad day. Fun fact: when I work at the restaurant, I don't wear my glasses. I can't see anyway when I wear them. Star Trek is different. Star Trek is, depending on which era of it you follow, I recommend you start at the Next Generation and then watch Deep Space Nine and then Voyager if you want a really good picture of what Star Trek is like. And then if you want a good picture of what the Federation becomes, watch Picard. Star Trek, the early versions or early years of it, portrays the utopian society a little bit that I dream of, where money isn't a thing, anybody can be anything they want to be, blah, 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 religion isn't a thing, and, you know, all the stupid shit that divides people is all fucking gone, right? Kind of. Except for certain cultures, but we won't talk about that, right? Um, but there's certain other seasons of it, Deep Space Nine and Voyager, where they kind of go off the rails a little bit and show a little bit more in the hazardous department of space life, I guess. But it's not like Star Wars. There's no, like, this is the good guy, this is the bad guy. It's mostly a series of short stories, at least in the Next Generation. In Deep Space Nine, there's one huge underlying story arc that's hinted at throughout the show until it's like just fucking bombed on you suddenly one season. Um, and Voyager is notorious for little mini arcs. Jack, so Zomboid has a hell of a learning curve. But can I give you some simple tips to give you a bit of an edge? Things that'll help you out a lot. So when you go to play a little later, you have just maybe a little bit better time. XV, if you like stuff like I think you might like Star Trek, but please start with the Next Generation because that'll give you like the underlying theme of what the Federation was originally about, right? And then watch Deep Space Nine and then Voyager. Just trust me. And save Picard for very last. Picard is super off the fucking rails. Oh, sad coaster. Admittedly, the original Star Trek, back in the era of James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise, fucking, I can't stand that show at all. It just drives me fucking nuts. I hate that acting style. Just fucking hate it. Almost every fucking TV show from that fucking era. Ugh. Fucking can't stand it. Fucking, but the Next Generation is good, and Deep Space Nine is great if you want a bit more action. If you want a lot more action, watch Voyager or Picard. Anyway, back to Jack. Jack Zach, if you're there still. If you go into your options for Project Zomboid, you go all the way here down to your cursor. Change ISO cursor visibility to 75% so you can see your cursor better. And then your aim outline, change that to any weapon. That'll make the zombies light up green when you're able to hit them. And it helps you be able to tell what zombie you're actually going to hit when you swing at a mob of them. There are other small things. There are other little small things too. Like, I wish I had some zombies around here that I could, like, show you with. Tools, board manage. Let's do, like, 5 zombies. 5 zombies. And another thing, too, when, like, fighting zombies and stuff, like, a lot of people make the mistake of, like, standing put, but really you want to be like kiting them backwards and stuff, you know, and when they get too close, sprint away. Don't play with multi-hit. You won't, he's right, you won't learn a lot playing with multi-hit. Maybe in the beginning to get get the basic movement mechanics down so you can understand how to hit zombies, but you're going to want to play with that turned off as soon as possible. Multi-hit's really only great if you're doing specific setup challenges and stuff. I don't have multi-hit turned on. Yep. It'll teach you to stand there and just beat on the zombies rather than kite them around. Yep. That's why I play with knives and a lot of fucking non-multi-hit weapons, even when playing with multi-hit turned on, for one reason or another. Other things, too. I'm gonna just quit here. I will say another thing, too. Like, I advise everybody play with, like, the vanilla apocalypse setting first for a little while. But after a while, getting your ass kicked and whatnot, take a peek at that sandbox. Because in there, you can start tweaking certain aspects of the game to give yourself a boon or a fucking penalty or whatever you want. Let's do this. Like, in the custom sandbox and shit, all of these settings, everything is changeable. Anything you don't like, you can change it. You want to experiment with sprinters, you can turn them on in here. You want, like, fucking a million fucking zombies that are all just slow, squishy crawlers, you can set it up in here. You want an empty world, you can set it up in here. Why would you? But you can. You know? I mean, sandbox is a sandbox. Play with it. But in the beginning, you know, the first few runs, play with Apocalypse for a minute. Shit. And it built water. Totally just tipped over my bubbler and spilled water on my desk. I totally just fucking, like, spilled most of the water on this fucking thing, goddammit. A little bit, but... Playing the base game is fucking great. But... it only holds its shine for so long before you start getting to modding it, but... Again, before you start getting into modding, play with your sandbox options and shit first. But always start with, like, Apocalypse. What's the weirdest thing you guys have used as a pipe? 1 second, guys. Like I was saying, I gotta get ending here pretty quick, you guys. Anyway, what was the weirdest thing you ever used as a pipe? For me, it was probably strangest thing I've used as a pipe. The fucking water filter trap thing on a fucking water faucet that's got a little screen in it. When you turn your water on, the water comes to the screen or whatever. I used to take that fucking thing off and use that with the screen as a fucking little mini pipe. I used to rig a thing. Yeah, the aerator thing, Streisand. Yeah, if you ever worked somewhere where the fucking little aerator thing was missing from the fucking faucet, it was probably stolen by me. I'm joking. I only ever did that once. It was a pain in the ass. What's up, Stry? How you doing, man? It's kind of coming in right at the end. I gotta start wrapping up here. Because it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. I gotta fucking work today. I literally accomplished absolutely fucking nothing in Zomboid tonight besides gaining a level of mechanics because I was talking too much. So, we're gonna find somebody to raid. Obviously, I can't raid Streisand because he's already here. It's funny, Streisand. Now you understand exactly why they were disappearing. Yeah, sometimes I'd take the whole thing if I needed a pipe, or if I just needed a screen, I'd just take the screen out of it and put it back. Back in the early pothead days, my God. My good God. I just fucking laughed dry. I'm laughing so hard in my head at that comment. Have a good night, Musashi. It was good to see you. So the only person I know who's playing Zomboid right now is a Lawful Falafel, even though we raided him yesterday. So we're gonna raid him again today. Because he needs some lead pipe love. We're gonna go in there and we're gonna show him our weed and our pipes. Okay? Yeah, sorry, Stry. You catch me on the weekends and shit. My streams have to end early-ish. It's like fucking Monday through fucking, well, Sunday night through freaking Thursday. Typically. Well, no, more like Wednesday. Anyway, you get what I mean. The early week, my streams tend to run late, but alright. But anyway, as I was saying, our raid target tonight is going to be a Lawful Falafel. And when we get over there, you guys, hold on, I'm going to take a puff. And we get, I can't fucking talk. God damn. When we get over there, you guys, I want you all to give them a follow. Show them love and support from our community and let them know that the Church of the Lead Pipe is always with them. Damn it. I almost made it. Lost the game. The last second. Thank you for the biddies. Muckfire, I appreciate you, man. Much love, brother. So anyway, we're gonna raid a Lawful Falafel. Follow him. As for me, you guys, taking another puff here with my bubbler that has lost half of its water. I'd like to thank you all for coming and hanging out with me tonight. I love and appreciate all of y'all. If you like my content, be sure to click the follow button so you get notifications as to when I go live. Those of you guys watching this on YouTube, click the subscribe button and the bell and you'll get a notification as to when the next stream is uploaded. I upload my streams every single morning when I get done here with all of y'all. So, yeah. Just keep an eye out. You'll see them within a day. Anyway, I'm ugh. There's got to be an easier way to say that shit. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I am here Monday through Thursday nights from 6 p.m. Central Standard Time until at least 4 a.m. and Saturday through Monday mornings from 1 a.m. Central Standard Time until 4 a.m. That means I'll be back again tonight when I get off work. I'll be back for some more Project Zomboid multiplayer, and hopefully, maybe, just maybe, I might actually do something constructive tonight, because tonight just wasn't mind-blowing content. Anyway. I'm gonna take one more puff, you guys, and I'm gonna get out of here. And with that last puff, you guys, I am out of here. Thanks again for coming and hanging out. I'll be back again tonight after I get off work. But until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Stay safe and stay high. I love y'all. Peace.